Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Blue Span Street. We'll play ranked games later. Hello Lulu, hello Nama, hello Blend, hello Andre, hello Sang, hello Maggie, hello Mai, hello Manit. Glad you like the shirt. Yes, Maggie, I heard you say hello the first time. Hi, Elon. Hello, Yush. I'm glad you guys like the shirt. Lulu, you're making me think you stay at work just to wait for the stream notifications to pop and click as fast as possible. Nah, she just knows me really well. Well, that too. Try my best, man. What it is, chat? I'm Ron Burgundy. Well, Andre. Well, AK. It's going pretty swell. EB, how are you? You're handsome, are you? I need to see proof of this. Good best meta in pub now. Drow Ranger. Oh, Blacks. Good luck on your studies, Vinny. Study hard, okay? New haircut style? Kind of. Oh, AJ. No, found the 13-year-old. Where are we? Oh, you know, just playing some Dota 2, guys. How you guys doing? You know, Battle Pass be up, nobody knows. Ask even. Say hello from Canada. Positivity, glad you like the red. Hello, Graham. Give me a game, Gavin. Give me a game. Hello, Francis. Oh, I'm making hero requests? Would you like to make a donation for your hero request? Laria. Welcome, Asians. Coffee. A tribute to Minecraft, huh? Well, I wouldn't know. Haven't seen the video. Haven't really played Minecraft much. Whoever's controlling the weather. Have you ever asked the weatherman? Perhaps he can help. That's right, Francis. The coffee. Alright. Let's Let's read some r/Dota 2 while we wait. For the people thinking about going to China for TI this year, here's a little guide. Happy to answer questions. David Shern, 1998. Hey guys, since TI9 is approaching, I'm happy to see some Western scene fans come to support their own teams. My name is David. I'm a Chinese guy studying abroad who is massively into Dota. I'm also the newbie Twitter guy. I'm trying to help the people who are interested to come to China to make up their mind and learn more things about China. Also, I'm trying to create a group for people to find friends. But China is expensive? The cost in China is relatively lower than the cost in the US or Canada. Will I be able to afford the hotel? For around $15 to $20 a day, you can get a pretty nice Airbnb to stay during the tournament. Oh, nice. Or split that cost with some friends. I can't speak Chinese. Will I survive? Most young people in China can speak English. Don't be afraid to ask questions around. People are willing to help, and you can see plenty of non-Chinese faces in big cities like Shanghai. Actually, are any of you guys planning on going to TI? Let me know. You're going to Saudi Arabia for business? Good luck with that, Gaben. Jesus Christ, man. Saudi Arabia. Don't lose your head. I'm afraid I will get lost. The public transportations are pretty advanced. You can easily get taxis, a little bit more expensive, but not as expensive as in the US. Buses or subways are cheap as well for around 5 renminbi, less than $1, to get to the stops you want. Food. Food is cheap too. Chinese food, for Chinese food, most of the non-fancy place, you only need to spend around $5. From McDonald's, KFC, Starbucks, everywhere in the city, you can see plenty of fast food restaurants or any different types of food that fit your diet. Most of them are usually cheap as well, compared to previous TIs. Is it going to cost too much? The most expensive part might be the plane tickets, so plan ahead and maybe use software to check the cheapest tickets around your region. Visa for most of the countries China welcomes foreign, especially tourists. Check the website for information. I think as a Canadian, I actually need a visa. Actually, I'm not really sure. I don't really know. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I do believe I need a visa. Right. TI tickets from rumors I have here, they will come around mid to the end of May. Okay. But what about lineups? Do Chinese people know how to get into lineups? Haha! Let me read some more comments. Are we playing on main account? Yes. What's the time? Andre, you type in exclamation mark time, you'll see the time. Hello BJ. Hello Alex. Hello Doctor. Morning Ashley. Is this a fact or a hunch? Yeah, no, this is a true fact. Hey, Nick, thanks, buddy. Congrats on Divine 4. What lineup is a queue for people that get services? Would you like to make a donation to see Monkey King? Hello, Lewis. Hello, Lee. Hello, TR. Hello, Burley. Anybody going to TI9? No? I have not seen Endgame yet. I'd like to. Probably within the next week, maybe. Yes, yes. Gabe, did you know that your messages are doubling up? See? Look, it's doubling up. I'm gonna go to TI27. Great. See you in 8 years. Yo Bobo. Oh god, your name is you're quite the edgelord, eh? Probably in low priority often. Hello Al, I'm 30 years old and I live in Canada. Game of Thrones new episode is tits. I thought every episode is tits. I have no idea. No one's going to TI9 here. Y'all motherfuckers poor as shit! Stop being poor! Have you ever considered being rich? Line is too long in the cinemas. Yes, I've heard. Interesting. I'm Lawful. Hello, Reef. Dennis gets arrested for sexual harassment. I'm gonna allow this one. Did this guy say something that bad? Can someone let me know what he said? I think he comes here normally. Not that he is a massive contributor or anything. Don't even have a pass for it. Rip. Do you play in the PUBG? No, I don't play PUBG. Hello, Hakeem. Where's my amoeba? Oh, is it not up? Interesting. Oh, let me try to... No, there's no amoeba in this screen. It only applies in the game screen. He actually said a major spoiler for Endgame. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, good ban. Do I know this word? Yes, it's a Tagalog curse. Now, those kind of kids, they think that they're really funny and edgy, you know? I'm so smart, I'm so funny, look at my edgy name. Holy fuck, okay, there, we have game now, man. Took a long time.
Ban their best hero! Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective! 5 seconds left! Your pick! This is where you win or lose.
What's a Bogdan? Hey Lulu, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows what you're talking about. Look, here, I'm gonna define this word right now.
Someone didn't call the Diggers hotline.
Nice flirting, AJ. Bogdan is a name for what? Like a person's name? Like John?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Right. Okay. Romanian specific thing.
5 seconds left. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Thanks, Harry. Harry, are you Harry? Oh, no, never mind. Oh, Jesus. Time in Canada, type in exclamation mark time. Hello, Ren. Stretching game, yes.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Hi, Jeff. I'm good. How are you?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Oh, Amar, long time no see. I'm doing great, man. How are you? You studying well? Getting A's and B's? Morning, Dennis. Who the fuck is their mid man? Safe off. 4, 5. Hello, Nicholas. Am I American now? Are you Nigerian? Hello, DD. Am I a hockey fan? Of course. I'm Canadian. It's not even a question.
My quiver and bow are ready. To battle. It's in the bag.
You're Japanese?
Glory await.
Way ahead of you.
なら、あなたはどこに住んでいますか?
My bow is drawn. Death comes silently.
Thanks, Lulu.
Good enough. Agreed.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes. That was my thought. Very well. My sentiments as well.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Yeah, stuff's over.
I'm not.
Don't make me come over there.
I'm ready to fly. Silent as mist. Forward. Onward. So be it.
Yo, Lager, how you doing, man? Thank you.
Today's wage. I go in silence. Denied. Onward. My sentiments as well. Forward.
You missed.
I go in silence. Silent as mist. Good enough. Yes.
Oh my god, my last hitting's so good right now. Normally it's complete garbage.
That was my thought. Agreed. Very well.
Okay, man, I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of you. You think I'm scared?
First blood!
First blood, and it's already icing over.
My bow is drawn.
Fucking missed that shit.
Way ahead of you. My bow is drawn.
Oh, I fucking killed Kunkka!
A lonely day.
He's supposed to beat me in lane. He's not.
Onward.
It's over 9,000!
That was my thought. Arrow, find your target. Tastes so sweet. Very well. To battle.
What a sucker, dude.
Yes. I go in silence. Feel the vital frost. My bow is strong. Way ahead of you. Good enough.
You think I care?
My sentiments as well. Agreed. Denied. Silent as mist.
Fuck. You got it? Oh my god. You can come back with that rune.
Arrow, fly. So be it. Into the fray. I go in silence. My bow is strong. So be it. Battle.
Fuck. Hey,
Agreed.
Fuck, I got hit by that shit, dude.
No. Very well.
See, you can gank mid.
Way ahead of you. My
Nice job.
sentiments as well. There are some things you weren't meant to see, such as tomorrow. Yes. Onward. Forward. That is my thought. Good enough.
Dire structures are fortified.
Silence.
Ciao.
That was my thought.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh my god, he didn't die? Fuck.
Little bit counts.
Okay.
Your fate is sealed.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Yeah, okay, man. Oh, he's abandoning!
The wave is still pretty far. Let's go. We're not gonna lose it.
I fucking destroyed that kid, dude.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Very cool of you.
My bow is drawn.
In a matchup, he's supposed to win.
I shall nip my enemies.
Come on, Banana, get the fuck out of here. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
Oh, you're going drums?
Convenient fortified distractions. Pretty good move, if you ask me.
Hello, Leon. Long time no
I didn't
see.
do anything,
What the
that's all.
fuck's wrong with this guy?
He was just here, like, catching Janata on people.
So be it.
Oh my god, he's one of those guys.
Pride of the Drow. Silent as mist.
If anyone's getting bullied, I'll give you out.
Battle. Feel my cold embrace.
No, bring him here, I want to blast.
I could think I have Drow Pug now. I can push this lane so fucking fast.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Bite. Frost.
You think you're so good, huh?
I'm TPing, I'm coming.
Okay.
Onward.
Oh man. What a dumb piece of shit. Just leave, man.
I didn't have suck, Laren.
What the fuck? Leave, you idiot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
How came I here? Way ahead of you.
He might be getting instead. Oh no, okay. He's not.
My sentiments as well.
Oh, you're dead. You need to leave. I don't have TP for you. Yeah. We can just
And by the way,
we have
Ali
no
Raz,
more
I don't
and
think that you're better than this Kunkka for the record.
so we don't get bothered.
Kunkka's probably divine and immortal. So, even though I make him look bad, you might be worse than he is. So,
Yes.
don't be so quick to judge others. I'm buying Vlad's, by the way.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Very well.
Better run.
Good enough.
Ah, he's fine. No, he's fine.
Quiver.
There's not another one.
Day's wage. Arrow fly. It's not time yet.
Dire structures are fortified.
At your own sight.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You think you're good?
Silent as mist.
What the fucking
Barracks has fallen.
Fucking
Yes.
range, dude. Good job.
My thanks.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a
Hey, just cool down, man.
I shall nip my enemies. Not yet.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
An ops down.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Yep.
Good enough.
That guy has problems in the head, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. What a fucking retard.
Dire, take it all away.
Another try.
Alright, let's play ranked. Darstone Bracers! Oh my god! That's not the button I was looking for. Direstone Bracers! I have no idea how much it's worth. You're not fucking 7.8k. What's your username? And also, after you let us know your username, log into that account and invite me to party. Sure, man. Okay, sure, man. You're 7.8k? Man, you are digging yourself a fucking deep hole. Okay. What's your username? You probably play on Southeast Asia, right? So which one are you, man? Which one are you, Ale? Go ahead. And after you tell me which one you are, you can log into the account and then you can invite me to party, because then you can prove that you're that person, right? Am I right? Hello, Namdota. We're gonna wait, okay, man? Yeah, you're too busy to do it right now, right? Even though you're on a live stream just chatting. Man, just don't fucking lie, right? My cat's running outside the door. I gotta go get my cat. My bread's burning in the toaster. But anyways, even if you do have a job, you can tell us your name, right? Tell us which one you are. Actually, I'm not... Here, I'll scroll down to the bottom so that you can't see. Which one are you? Because, I mean, we can calculate your rank based on your username, right? Hello, Cairo. Don't tell me to relax, okay? Also, I'm probably double your age. Nah, I just don't like it when people lie, you know? I don't understand why people do it. Anyways, we're not gonna go too far of this witch hunt. Just in case anyone's, you know... It's a bit hard name? Don't worry, I'm willing to wait if it's a hard name. I can type in Japanese, I can type in Korean, I can type in Chinese, no problem. Am I on leaderboards? Yes, I am on leaderboards. Do I like bikes, BJ? What kind of bikes? I am top 2000. Okay, ranked immortal. Yeah, anyone that every time anyone in the stream chat says, "Oh, I'm actually 6K player," or 7K or 8K or whatever, right? I fucking immediately call them out. And I'm like, "Oh, really? Oh, what's your username? Can you invite me to party?" They're like, "Oh, well, I'm working right now. My dog is pooping outside right now, and I gotta immediately pick up the poop right now. It's really stinky." Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's do this.
guy. We'll hold him down. You knock him out.
This guy wants to play Tinker.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I've fallen in ranks because I haven't played in a long time. More people hitting Immortal, you know? You're a 0K player, BJ? I don't believe you. What's your username? Oh, cool. You're in Saba? What's that?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Okay, your pick now.
4.
You know what to do.
4 or 5. Prefer 4. That is his bullshit smell. Oh, my dog's pooping out bullshit right now, just like the stuff that's coming out of my mouth. Hold on, be right back. I need to go deal with it. Saba is a country inside a country? Countryception?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Yeah, Didi, we can make a lot of assumptions, but it's better just to joke with them and you know what I mean?
Pick. This is where you win or lose.
Glad you like the set, Para. What is my name on leaderboard? Blue Span. Does that surprise you? My MMR is something like 5.7, 5.6.
Joking, bro. Just fix up stone and we can win this game.
Can we?
Easy, okay?
Why don't we give, like... Oh, wait. He's playing mid. Calvin, glad you like the set.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
What's my gaming mouse? You should read description of stream, you'll see all my equipment. You think this is a rich lion? I suppose so. Hey man. Okay, you know what, let's just go like this. Yeah, Ale, we're still waiting, man. It's so hard to remember your username, huh? It's a difficult name. I can't remember my own username. God. Just don't fucking lie next time, man.
Lion. Oh, don't worry, lass. This one's in the bag.
Okay, whoa.
It's in the bag. This one
English only, please.
in the bag.
Is Pink gonna buy wards and shit?
Can I have one more tango,
Oh,
please?
okay.
Thank you.
Seriously, man, you don't buy wards?
Prowling.
Okay.
Yes.
Was that a Romanian Lulu? You want the taunt? Sure.
Attack.
I go first, man. I go first. Very fucking strong.
Verily.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Thank you. The devil to pay.
Don't. You just focus on your line, man.
It's like for all
I mean, if you learn it, you will lose your line.
Time for strong tactics. Why not?
Three, two, one, let's go!
I go like the devil.
Come.
What's your order as a lion player? I don't know what that means.
To hell and back. Yes. Yes.
Put it out of your mind.
Learn from it, strong.
I go like the devil.
Rubik's gone and they don't pause. Good. Don't pause. Oh my god, there's a Leshrac here. I don't want to deal with this. He faked the stun. Interesting. I wasn't sure if he was going to cast it.
To hell with you.
I think I can actually beat this guy because I have Fairy Fire. Let's cool down this 9 seconds.
Oh, God. Nice.
Feeling fresh?
Oh no! Oh my god!
So better put the line over there. The line back.
Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Wow, dude. Just so fucking ballsy.
Yes.
Oh, 28 HP, man. Oh, they blocked your camp.
Onward.
Dude, I didn't know he could stun that early. God, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Verily.
Where the fucking Leshrac?
To hell and back.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Monkey cores.
Oh, you want to pull this, do ya?
Correct.
Why not?
What the fuck? Only one creep?
Oh, hell yes. Yes.
31 saw monkey but me.
Oh my fucking revenge! Oh no! Oh, God damn you.
Just a fight. Oh, yes.
He's still stuck in there.
Coward. Verily.
Come on, dude.
Need the rune trash can. Fucking last pick. Okay. Fucking.
Man, my stun was so bad. I was hoping that they would run in that direction.
Tower is under attack!
They did not.
Not your job or something?
Yes.
Drow, keep you safe.
Yes. To hell and back.
This is so hard to pull, dude. Annoying.
Why not?
But they made the shit
You're
easier.
a monkey, you're a dog. I'm the smartest person alive. You're a monkey, you're a dog. But I'm
There
the
we go.
smartest person alive.
No, 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 no! Oh, come on,
Three
Joel.
mid.
Jesus.
They're trying to knock down your middle.
You're a monkey, you're a dog, but I'm the smartest person alive. I'm a stupid sand nigger. Ooh, 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 ooh. Woof, 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 woof. You're a monkey, you're a dog, but I'm the smartest person
Southeast
alive.
Asia, most toxic region in the world, bro. So toxic. 3K Southeast Asia equals 5K Europe and NA.
For this day, money changes hands. Where's the
Oh,
fight?
that's 5 roots.
Coming.
Yes.
Oh, dude, he's alive.
Oh, hell yes. Prowling.
Give him worms. Gotta work here.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm the smartest person alive. You're a monkey, you're a dog.
Man, no one cares, okay? Jesus.
I'm the smartest person alive. Nobody's smarter than me.
Man, I need to buy more wards. This warding is unacceptable.
Monkey dog, monkey dog. Ooh, ooh, woof,
Oh,
woof,
I'm
ooh,
so
ooh.
dead. Ah!
I'm a sand nigger. Ooh, go.
Yeah, neglecting my warding abilities. Keep.
You guys go help. Come on. Go help. Oh my god, what are we doing? Why are you guys lose both top and me?
You've never seen that happen before?
Good top. I can solo him.
Where's the fight?
Oh, God!
Dominate!
Oh, come on, man. Ah, this guy's dead. And there's sentry mid.
I still got my pride.
Hey, I asked you a question in Japanese earlier and you didn't answer. Even though you're Japanese, right? Hey, Harry. あなたはどこに住んでますか?
Oh, hell yes.
Come on, man. Oh.
Yes. Yes. Verily.
Okay.
Yes.
Holy shit, man. Yo, you dead!
Why, that is the start of your suffering.
Thank you. Okay, so you lie about being Japanese, and now you're calling others noobs. Sounds like a quality person.
The top tower needs some help.
Give it, give it.
Why would someone even lie about being Japanese? Like, who gives a shit? It's I don't think it's the same Kunka.
They're strong right now. Don't die.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad.
Why not?
Your top tower killing spree.
To hell and back.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Oh, hell yes. I'm under attack.
Come on, man. Oh,
Double kill. All I do in her name.
so like, what, 145 seconds? 12, 12, 13, 13 near doom.
You're all washed up.
Hold up, Raj.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Oh, there better be something important.
Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back.
You gotta do something about it, or just sit there looking funny. Radiant structures are fortified.
Let's go farm, let's go farm.
Oh, there's Rubik up here.
Kill Rubik, yeah, just prime and kill him.
Yeah, that's not the target that I was looking for.
Go farm, go farm, let's go farm.
Where's the fight?
This is fucking Leshrac. Skywrath here, dude. He's bait.
Don't fight right now, alright? Don't fight. Let's go farm.
My finger.
It's strong right now. Why you go that way, man?
No Omni Slash. No Omni Slash.
Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. Can't fight, we can fight. Damage. No damage right now, we're waiting for Lion.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Here.
He has Doom now.
Monster kill!
Nice. Draw. Go farm, jungle draw.
This guy's quite the micromanager.
Mid-tower
He's making good calls, though.
It'd be
At
pretty
the very
cool,
least.
man. Giants putting up a barricade.
Go farm, we got this game.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Where'd the Shadow Shaman go?
You wanna shine?
I'm coming.
Hand it over.
Oh man. God, I'm gonna die.
I had dude, we can fight right now. We can fight. Find someone. Find someone. Get small. Find someone. Come, guys. Come. Come. Where's Lion?
Okay, I'll come in just a sec.
Let's go farm. Just go farm. Go farm my defense. Go farm my defense. I can be there.
Yes.
Careful, careful. They're coming for you. Careful.
I think they're coming for me.
They're all in top. All in top. Get a rose first.
And they just give up their mid tower like
The
that?
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ours, you mean?
Top tower is
Shall
under
we?
attack.
Shall we defense? Shall we defense? Shall we defense top tower?
Good.
Come, come, guys, come.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
We did. Oh my gosh. We did here.
Yes.
Come, come.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
We have fucking 5 storm. We cannot lose this game, man.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Fuck.
Middle tower is under attack.
Nice.
Oh, shit. Did I just get double kill?
My pride. Wow.
Careful, Skylar is missing. Careful, careful.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Skylar is coming. Careful, careful.
Wow.
Get back, get back, get back, get back. Don't die. Go farm, go farm.
The bottom tower is under attack. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Forward.
What are you doing,
man.
bro? Just go back. Go farm.
Oh, hell yes.
So run.
Where's
Oh,
the
shit.
fight?
Shit.
Your top tower is under attack.
To hell.
Dire structures are fortified.
It's chasing me.
The top tower needs some help.
Yes.
Nah, I am not gonna ward this area,
Tower
I think.
has fallen.
Find some work. We need some regions.
That's not helping.
Onward.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's dead.
Pump, pump, guys, pump. Fuck.
Oh my god. Oh god. I was so close to dying.
Why are you going fucking mean, man?
Oh my god, dude.
Stop talking, you fuck. Stop fucking talking, please. You are the Ulyss, man.
Oh god. Dude, Rubik is outplaying the shit out of us.
Kill the healing ward with the ult.
It's okay, Harry. Just stop doing dumb shit next time, okay?
Middle tower is under attack.
Just fuck up. You are the worst one. You blame the Kunka, you blame me, you blame everyone. But you are the worst one, man. Just shut up.
Dude, just
And
mute the
you see,
shaman.
it's
I
very
muted the
loud.
shaman.
Just mute the shaman.
And I mute you. I'm sorry, I muted you. Nice.
He deserves it. Did it to himself. Oh, we have ward here and here? Put that mine first, didn't I? I mean, this one's so unnecessary since I put this one a long time ago.
Oh, nice.
No, mute. 20-minute rinse.
You're the fucking nigger. Alright.
I'm gonna die, aren't I?
Oh, nice. Okay, boy.
I'll take that.
I need to leave this area.
I took.
Yeah, you can farm. Care mid.
Oh, nice. Nice. You're blading like a girl. Like a fucking girl. Fucking babe.
Who what?
Do something can help yourself, man. Oh, yo, oh.
Yo, man,
I'm
just
so
mute
sorry,
him.
The fucking nigger is more richer than you, boy.
Ooh, your bottom
I'm
tower's
so
kinda
sorry.
bad.
I'm so fucking sorry. You angry bitch. So fucking sorry. You're just like a fucking.
Jugs
angry
right there,
bitch,
Jugs there,
you know
Kim.
that? Stop talking, alright? You're fucking like a bitch.
Oh my god, they keep talking.
Trying to knock down your middle tower.
Why not?
Stop talking, boy.
We lost
That's
too. We
right.
fucking lost this game.
Thanks.
And if he pretty mad at you.
Oh, I'm not for long. Oh.
Man, what do you want me to do about that, huh?
Dominate! Your middle tower can talk. And if he pretty mad
Oh god. Oh. You silenced him, man. You pushed him away.
Is there any god?
Are you serious?
they're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I use and you don't have eyes. You're fine.
Oh my god, these guys keep talking.
Just stop, please, boy. You're like a fucking bitch. Oh, question. Oh my gosh.
Dude, stop talking with him, man.
Pretty good move if you ask me.
You just fucking stop talking, alright?
Why not? Power pours into me.
Just stop talking, you bitch, alright?
Oh my
Bitch,
god, this fucking
bitch.
Chinese guy, dude.
I glow like the devil.
Mute, I'm so sorry. I can't hear you. Oh my gosh. What are you talking about?
Nah, I don't want to hear Shaman. He's
I know you are talking, right? I know you're talking.
nah, he's really toxic. Fuck off already. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm either gonna buy Force Staff. No, I'm gonna buy Blink Dagger if I get the money. But if I'm about to die before I have money for Blink Dagger, I will actually just straight up buy the items for Force Staff.
Dire structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
Kill Skylar first. I got Blink Dagger.
Battle rages. To hell and back.
Oh, god damn it! I didn't really want to play 5.
Devil. Why not?
Okay, get it out, get it out, get it out. Come. Oh my god. Stay,
Too late,
stay.
too late, too late. Get back.
Get back.
Radiant just murdered most
Get back, get back.
suffered enough.
Bounty.
Never mind, Skylar gather agents. Focus on the others. Careful, careful.
Yes. Prowling. Barely. Hell's fury.
Just high ground, high ground.
Oh, I was supposed to buy these items before I die, but just don't have time to react.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
That's beaten here.
No man on Skyrath. Dude!
He's gonna blink out. He's gonna blink out. Or not.
Nice, nice. We still got a chance. Careful.
Wait a minute.
Go defense, go defense.
Did you guys everyone type here? Okay, they didn't. Oh my god, please don't get your shit stolen again, please.
I'm under attack.
He got the split.
Oh my god, got the split. Oh, good. Think. Do I get the rum puff? I do.
Go back, go back. Nice, nice.
Oh, I blink dagger now!
I got him BKB.
Oh, yes! All the power of the blink dagger!
Oh, hell yes. Forward. Shine out. Yes. To hell and back. I double.
Hey!
Coming.
It's okay, we already got Rubik.
Nice.
Let's try.
Nice.
Strength is mine. Yes. Where's the fight?
Let me get the coming wave. Draw.
Yes.
I'm not gonna go BKB. I go the top team attack first. Coming.
Radiant called in the fortification.
To hell.
Top. Yeah, you be there. Go defense, go
Enemy's
defense,
bottom
go
tower's
defense.
gone. Nice, right? Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, hell yes.
Careful, I'm coming.
Top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Actually, I don't need that many
We can get
sentries.
smoke, we
Jesus.
can smoke.
Okay, 30-minute runes.
Coming, coming. Get back, get back, get back, get back.
Oh, dude.
Get back, man, get back, get back.
He's a TP. Oh, he can't.
Let me down, let me down, let me down.
Alright, alright, alright. I'll do it. I think he saw me.
Just push out the line. He kick it out.
Guys, you need to be ready to defend top.
No TP. And be back. Coming, coming.
Dyer's doing that throw again.
What the fuck? You can see me here?
Tower is under attack.
You guys shouldn't die. I'm gonna die so quick.
No.
Why do I get the feeling top
No!
ain't taking this seriously?
Down Joe, and I get blow up. No buyback, no BKB.
What the fuck, guys?
Your top barracks is falling. Your top barracks.
Hey, 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 get back. Just get back. We don't have to get any kills here. Just get back, okay? Like, I don't think they can take tier 4s and they can't take mid anyways.
Oh, hell yes.
We can't fight, we cannot fight.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Yes.
Man, how did that Leshrac see me?
Bottom shrine is under attack.
Forward.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Onward.
Your bottom shrine has fallen. And this is why we can't have nice things.
Go back, go back, go back, just go back. Find Skylar first.
He has a BKB.
To hell and back.
Yeah, we didn't hear, we didn't hear.
No, global.
Onward.
Yeah, we didn't hear.
You can't really conclude that.
Why not?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower
Just go
has
back,
fallen.
go back, hang on, hang on.
Prowling. Yes.
We can get smoke.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine is under attack. Your top
Do you think you're good or something, Traha? Jesus.
Yes.
Remember when we lost these racks and you didn't have buyback? We want to talk about that? Yeah, now you're just gonna be a baby. Go ahead. I don't care. Southeast Asia, most toxic region in the world, bro.
Don't be that. I can still win.
I think I can fucking give a shit.
I focused on Skylar first. That's defense. Get smoke.
Oh, hell yes.
We can't blow him up.
Wait. Come, man. Come. Go back.
Why not?
I want to put these wards down, but I can't even leave my base.
Rush is up.
More power.
Yeah, let's do it.
Come on, Atomics.
Maybe if they're split, maybe.
High ground. Can we fight here? No, that's high ground. Cross here. High ground. Save me. I have the back. Let me down, I have the back.
We lost, man. What the? Okay, Trow, I'll play your hero for you, don't worry. I'll play Trow.
Your middle tower is under attack. Trying to knock down your middle tower.
Back into the field.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They actually haven't taken any objectives yet, huh?
Punch your ticket. Yes.
Oh man.
Why not?
Yeah, everyone works the same way.
Onward. Yes. To hell and back.
Hi, Alec. Script God? Who's scripting?
Prowling.
Are we throwing around accusations of scripting now?
Yes.
Oh wait, these two wards are too close. Actually, it's not too bad though. Yeah, I'm not down at all. Please don't point things like that out. I'm just trying to play my game.
Where's the fight? Onward. Forward.
The bottom tower is under
You need to use your gold to master your uptrip. Just buy anything.
Hey, your bottom barracks need help. Dominate! Double bottom barracks are under attack.
No, we lost a while ago.
The bottom barracks is falling. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
This Drow's just like AFK.
They're killed.
Oh.
Barracks is falling.
Damn it.
And over here we had the middle
Yeah.
out. Not
For a shaman.
handle. We're not paying attention to the moves. Defend your engine! Ranger is under attack. He ain't lying.
This guy's almost dead.
I don't care. Royal forward 4, thanks. Oh, you fucking promise. I don't care, man. I don't care.
Ugh. Fuck my team. God damn. Once again, I have not seen Endgame. Yeah, we were losing for pretty much like 90% of the game, so. Oh. This guy is very toxic and racist. Okay, let's read some comments. Yeah, I tried my best, Archiner. Yes, I am immortal. Finally got one stack. I don't know what this means. Hey man, let's not joke around about endgame, okay? Glad you enjoyed the game, though, Raj. Yeah, it should be intense. These games are immortal. This makes me feel like it's not that bad. Seriously, that game was not that bad for you? Thanks for chat. Glad you left your report. I'm living under a rock for not watching Endgame. You know, it's what is it today? Monday? Monday? Yeah, today's Monday, man. You know, I could just be busy doing other things, or tickets are just sold out. Thanks, Scott Eagle. Fucking useless Drow. Yeah, his Drow's not that good. Yeah, and Stan Lee did die a while back, so. Top 3 best heroes: Spectre, Sven, Juggernaut. Hello, Hakeem. Can you do this? Let me ask you a question, man. Were you talking about these numbers? I don't know why you think anyone cares that anybody can do that, though. Play troll, please. Would you like to make a donation to see your favorite hero? Me too, Valda. He might be just be joking around, Nick. It's kind of a harmless joke. Hello, Taki. How you doing? Oh fuck, Dota 2 so hard. Final year research paper. Oh, good man. With the scalability of a hero in Dota main? Sure, Jack can answer that question. So let's use who's a good example? What's a nuker? Let's just look at some of Lena's abilities, okay?
Let's get a fire.
So, so Lena, let's ignore the fact that she has fiery souls. Okay, so skills like Dragon Slave, it does 310 damage, and that's it, right? I mean, you could buy Kaya, and it does a little bit more damage, but I mean, it basically pretty much caps out at level 4, which you can get at level 7, right? Whereas like if you have PA crit, which is like 450% your damage. I mean, the more items you get, the more damage it does, right? That's scalability.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Hello, Jackson. I'm doing alright, thanks, man.
Seconds.
This is my main account, you tell me. Bintang, you can see your eyes, right?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Want to make donation for your request?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
It's okay, the Raj. He's just a kid, and it's not too bad. And yeah, actually, I kind of agree with the Raj. Rishav, it's kind of like when you see someone you haven't seen for a long time and they got fatter and like, hey man, you got really fat. Oh, thank you for pointing that out. You know, like it's not really necessary to say. I have the highest rank, why don't I pick carry? Because I trust my teammates.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Wait, what's going on?
But hey, you got far? How dare you, Takuya? Fat? What the? How dare you? Just one night and then immortal? I don't know what that means. How'd you like the set, DD? He's memeing Lulu. I was mentioning how like if you haven't seen someone for a while and then the first thing you say is you got fat. Donar, thanks for subscribing. Hello Lalu, life's going pretty well. How's yours? Betting's not on.
It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
That was on go top of Enchantress.
It's in the bag.
Let me
I
vengeance
suppose
soar.
it's in the bag.
Hello Mukto, it's going pretty well. Long time no see. Do you think you have power here?
I am not arguing.
Seriously, man? Your name's in white.
30
You're making
seconds
demands?
till Showtime.
Holy fuck.
Watch the door before the battle starts. So get cracking.
You don't think VS is the best 5? Okay, Shreyas, what do you think is the best 5 here? Keep in mind we have a Drow.
You shall feel my talents.
Let the battle begin! Whew. Okay, Nico. Play your cards right and this dick will land on easy street.
Four.
Hey Bintang, I asked you a question earlier. You missed it.
I am there. Yes. Faster. The time has come.
People with blue names can make demands, yes.
Lies beside
First blood!
First blood. And it's already icing over.
as you if you insist. My sentiments precisely. As you wish.
Hey Drow, I pulled a bit. You can... Oh my god, I missed that.
Let my vengeance soar. I am not arguing. I fly. Four.
What the...
Faster. Vengeance lies beside.
Jump.
Nice, nice, nice.
May the sky be the vengeance.
This pull's not good.
To battle.
Ah, this pull's not good.
As you
Okay, we can make the next one.
I am there.
You want clarity, bro?
I can't hear you.
The time has come.
Can someone type in exclamation mark attention for the attention? You know what I mean? Really? Why did he put me in a timeout? Damn, man, you're really dense, eh? Whoosh. I mean, I spelled it out pretty clearly to you, right? I'm like, you started making demands against a mod who spelled it out very clear to you, and then you're like, you know, and I'm like, do you think that you have power here? What the fuck? And now you come back and you still don't get it. Wow.
Runs.
Well, you're gonna pay with your life, bud. Oh, where's Shaker's here? Man, I can't kill that shit.
As you wish. Put it out of your mind. Let me win your soul. By the bloody pinion.
Jesus. Oh! I'm fucking out of here, man. Alright.
The enemy's attacking
Maybe we should shrine.
Yeah, go.
4. By my wings. By Skoyot's talons.
Rushav, what makes you think I would make you a mod, man? You said a lot of questionable things. And then I try to explain it to you and you just still don't get it, man.
I am there. Denied. To battle.
Oh shit. Come back, creeps. There we go.
Vengeance flies beside. I fly.
I go farm ancient.
Yeah, nothing doing for
I
that.
want him farm what?
Battle. As you wish.
Paolo Rossi? Sure, man. Thank you, Paolo.
Second, I need courier. Attack speed.
Faster. As you lies beside.
My gratitude.
Let my vengeance soar. Fall. Very well.
Mars is missing from bottom.
The time has come.
What the fuck is the enemy, man? Are they doing Roshan or some shit? They don't have power to do that.
They have a ward.
Oh, Mars is back.
Getting bot rune.
I am there.
Hey, grab. I think Mars will go for theirs first, maybe.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Kills him.
I am
Someone take Emus.
What the? Oh, did I swap twice? Oh shit. Oh man, I click swap too many times. You know, I'm trying to push the lane, right? So if I'm trying to push lane, why would I turn off my ring? Hey Dazzle, take the taunt. Or is his levels? Yeah, no, his levels are good.
sentiments precisely.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone.
No bet.
You've done good.
The time has come.
The shrine's almost up. Let's try.
Vengeance flies beside me. I fly.
I think we can kill Mars.
Okay.
Of your kind have fallen before me.
Hi Kaiser, thanks buddy.
Swiftly now.
Dire structures are fortified.
Very nice. Ow, Jesus.
Let my vengeance soar. As you will. I am not.
Maybe I should get a pipe.
I am there. The time has come. To battle. Death to him.
Hmm.
Where are you going?
I actually just straight up don't know if Vlad's the item now.
Vengeance flies beside me.
You need a core, I think. Yeah. Sorry, man. I didn't think you were serious about that.
Faster.
Xizhang. So you're Asian, but you've never seen Asians who aren't elementary school students look like me? Of course you don't know many people then.
Your mid-tower can talk. It'd
Nice.
be pretty mad at you.
I'll take that.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. What, got your job or something?
Aye!
The bottom tower is under attack.
My sentiments precisely.
Thanks.
Let my vengeance. My spirit soars. Attack!
He is 26, I'm sure. You're sure based off of what evidence?
Very well.
Maybe because of the resolution. Okay, are you in such a shitty area that has such crap internet? It's okay, man. Sometimes people say dumb things. Maybe it's the resolution.
My sentiments precisely.
Yes. I need a roam.
Killing spree! Double kill! Your bottom
Don't
tower
worry, guys, don't
kinda
worry.
bad. Rally the troops
What
and
the-
get over there!
They're staying out together.
Oh, right. I can't
They
do.
15 level. Okay.
The bottom tower is under attack. It ain't all bottom tower is under attack. So fight! Radiant structures are
Excuse me, but did you miss the question I asked you when you said I was 26?
Or we can kill Roshan very fast.
These guys are going late game, huh?
I know I
It's so
should
easy.
respect the
Oh
dead,
shit, man.
but first you have to earn it.
Really easy. You can kill Roshan.
If you insist.
Yeah, go to.
Momo never makes a bad rush call. Let's fucking do it. After the top.
Guys putting up a barricade. Enemy's middle
Where's my
tower
backup?
turned
What the
into a
fuck, man?
bomb.
Seriously, I got the ticket right here.
Oh, they never miss.
Holy fuck, he attacks so fast!
Points for trouble. Where are you going?
Oh, Vladimir's is dumb because nobody's melee? Joven, are you fucking stupid? Oh my god! Okay, man, okay. Wow, that's a whole new level of dumb.
You better poof on over to
Let's
your
read it,
bottom
okay?
tower. This is one of the
Vladimir's
things that-
offering. Grant lifesteal, 15% for melee heroes, 10% for ranged, 1.75 mana regeneration to everybody, 15% bonus attack damage to everybody, 4 armor to everybody. Holy fuck, Joven, you're so fucking dumb, dude. Oh, good job, man. That's so dumb. Holy shit. That's a whole new level of retard.
Go Roshan, guys, together.
Over to your bottom tower. What do you mean? You
Okay, yeah, okay, you were dumb as fuck. You don't play Dota 2 for a long time and you come here acting like you know what you're talking about? Good job, man. Jesus Christ. Next time, just don't open your mouth, okay? Think before you speak.
Man, him and that ages.
Go take runes and push.
It's okay, man. It's okay. Next time, just think before you speak. 20-minute runes.
Okay, I help you. Go.
Ace is top. Hey, Shijan. So he mocks me, but I'm not allowed to mock him? Okay. Good job, man.
This is out to go fight, guys. Go fight.
You just lark on me, by the way.
Nice, go push.
The top tower needs some help.
Guys, don't tell me what to do, okay?
Bottom tower has fallen. Are you even watching your top tower? Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower.
Holy shit!
Killing spree.
Not today, Shaken, not today.
Bottom tower. Top tower needs some help.
Oh, man, I don't need this.
Killing spree. Your top tower is under attack.
But
Does the illusion still have vengeful aura? Yes. That's one of the biggest reasons why to control your illusion. God, dude.
Unstoppable!
Save Leshrac.
Get sick!
Hmm.
Vengeance flies beside
Oh, this guy's eggs. Expect to farmed one.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower's under attack. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. Killing spree.
Crystal Maiden, dude. Did you see Crystal Maiden? She's like slowly walking up, she's trying to cast her ult, and then she just dies.
Yeah, it's easy to draw, guys. It's really easy.
Yeah, why do you pick that hero every game? How's that fun?
I like fuck enemy every time. Fuck.
Alright.
Best thing about the
You guys-
top tower
you guys think
is it's gone.
I'm really making me feel nervous.
You are actually like
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Man, I can't. Hey, 25-minute runes are up.
Whoa! Godlike!
TP, man, you can TP, you can TP.
yeah, it's my fail, I know.
My attack speed's gone. Can you earn him? Earn him. Earn him. Oh, don't let him blink, okay? Did I just fucking cancel my right click?
That's what I'm talking about!
Oh my god! Swap you for where?
Together, guys. No, together.
Put my sentries where? You think it matters here? You want me to put them down in front of Fountain? What the fuck is wrong with these guys? Like suddenly you die and suddenly you have all these like little critiques that don't even make any sense. Okay, I put down sentry here. That'll save me from Slark.
Your middle tower is under attack! You gotta do something about it, just sit there looking funny.
Okay.
Double kill! Double kill!
Just keep getting picked off.
Don't have vision, guys. It's not good.
Your middle tower's under attack. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be mad at you.
Yeah, no fucking shit, man.
Your middle tower has fallen. Who said that tower could fall? They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Isn't Roshan up?
Yo, get some wards here. Tinker goes there a lot. He's not playing around Tinker wards. Back up. We can't take a fight right now. We need real items. Okay, I'm split pushing. Don't go near them. Don't get caught out. We don't see shit.
Where are you going? Just right with us.
Go kill Roshan and push, guys. Roshan together.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of
Oh,
bad.
DT worth this, huh?
Take region.
What? Do they have gem?
Your bottom tower.
Yeah.
Your son has fallen to the Raven. The bottom tower.
Can kill Shrek.
Your bottom tower is under
Use the catapult.
dire structures are fortified. You better pop on over to your bottom
Yeah, go kill Shrek.
The bottom tower is fallen. Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Can push for.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Don't show. Don't show. They know I'm showing. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Okay, but.
Let my vengeance soar.
We're missing 2 heroes.
Don't have TP, guys. Maybe not good idea. Fight now.
There's this
If
slug
you
behind
get
him.
him, well, shit. He has hex. He actually has hex. This is not good. Pretty sure Dazzle's dead. I might cancel my TP. We'll see.
Dude, I have almost everything already. Glimmer, not a good idea. Not to mention, like, remember, the pipe, 400 HP shield for everyone. That's 2000 HP shield.
Oh, that's very nice.
Oh my god. Do you guys understand that pipes actually stack?
Let's go. Welcome back to the
You guys have to
wall.
understand.
This is everything you
What about second
remember?
pipe? You have to understand. Pipes stack. Pipes stack. They stack.
As you
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I have Aegis.
Oh my god.
Just get back. Just get back.
Yeah, go together. I can.
time has come.
Oh my god.
Yo, fuck this.
Let a
We
chance
should
to
just insta back.
Oh my god. Run, okay? Run, please. I die for nothing.
I don't
Like,
know.
why do we think we're in a position to...
These guys, it's I don't know.
What? Oh, he has Hex, dude. You don't have BKB. We can't do anything right now.
Why you play so? Go together.
I was there. I was literally there. You were up here. We didn't have two supports, so I was
It's
back.
fine, guys. It's too
I
late.
forced you away from the Tinker. Don't fucking tell me what I'm doing.
Here.
You're not even paying attention to what I'm doing.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is fallen. Dad's middle barracks are under attack.
You guys shouldn't have been there. Like, what were we gonna do with that? Tinker has Hex, Joe doesn't have BKB. We need to farm. We can't just push and end right now.
You're doing it. Your middle barracks
Hey,
is fallen.
Enchantress. You three are over here. Me and Daz are over here. They have a Tinker with Hex. You think you're so good, man? Mana! Shut the fuck up and play your games, guys. Jesus Christ, you guys are annoying. Anyways, you three cores are over here earlier, right? Enchantress, Leshrac, Drow. Me and Daz are over here. You guys still push with Tinker and a Shrine here. That's a decision you guys make.
I was in the area. I was not in danger. Like, these two think they can push with Aegis and a Hex Tinker.
Yeah, that's overconfident.
Invisibility.
You don't have to make that decision.
We're still not pushing. Like, hold on. You guys are actually crazy. Tinker has Hex. You're just gonna die. You're literally gonna feed if you go up there. Stop, dude, stop. It doesn't matter. Slark doesn't do anything. Tinker's the problem.
Yes. Church, where are you going?
I die all the time for these guys. Hey, you know, sometimes your team goes full retard and you have to go with them.
The enemy
No, I'm not doing that.
fallen. No more sanctuary here. Holy shit!
This is literally why. Like,
Oh, God. Oh no. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. It's fucking game. Oh God. Keeping over.
this Enchantress is fucking clueless.
There's a Slark somewhere in
What
here.
I'm talking about.
Yo, Tinker's right, like, I don't know, dude.
I'm dead too. Dazzler, just get out.
Dude, it's not happening. Like, you've been constantly feeding, so now we can't.
You just proved my theory.
You know, when you play against Tinker, you have to pick off the Tinker before you can push, right? You can't just run down mid like that. Frozen Field,
Your bottom
Arena of
shrine is under
Blood,
attack.
Echo Slab. You think you run down mid and just kill?
Double kill. Your bottom shrine is under attack. shrine is under attack. Bottom shrine is fallen. This is why we can't have nice things. That means a bunch of bottom barracks. Oh, you want... Yay! Bottom barracks need help!
Yeah, you still suck dick, dude. You think you're so good, but you're not.
Ah, my father was right about you. You're never gonna amount to nothing.
I fucking hate this team. I hate them.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine is under attack.
Help, help. Help.
The Tinker, the Tinker, the Tinker, the Tinker.
Your top shrine is under attack.
He doesn't have buyback. That Tinker doesn't have buyback. Oh my god! That might have been game winning. Holy shit. Hey, I'm not sure Slark has buyback. Maybe he does, but Tinker doesn't for sure.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Go together. Glenda, Dazzle, go together.
I'll be right there.
Can play together, guys.
I'll be right there.
Invisibility.
Check at least.
Go end this game now. Noobs. Fucking noobs. Really noobs. Go buy back and end this game.
Echo Slam, Echo Slam.
Dire structures are fortified. Enemy's middle tower is
Go see. T4.
Yeah, T4, T4, T4.
Please.
Tier force, tier force, tier force. Throw, throw.
Throne, don't stay. Throne. Throne, Enchantress.
Fuck this team, dude. You fucking suck dick, Enchantress. You think you're good, but you're not. 2. You're a fucking idiot. Oh yeah, let's report this Enchantress. This guy deserves report for sure, and Dazzle is a little annoying, but not report annoying. Fucking think you're so good. It is very condescending and toxic. Is this my main account? What does it look like? I need to take a breather after that last game, guys. God damn it, man. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Oh god. And some of you guys, some of your item suggestions, guys. Oh my god, you guys are like buy drums, like buy drums. Like it's not particularly that useful. I mean, anyone can buy drums, but like I don't have the farm. Vengeful Spirit does not have the farm to buy drums. We're not gonna say who it was, but somebody was like, "Wow, you buy Vladimir's? So dumb." That somebody said to me that. I'm like, are you kidding me? I have trial lineup, man. Like this whole lineup benefits from Vlad's. And somebody told me, not gonna name names. They're like, "Don't buy a pipe. You should buy Glimmer." Even though I already had the hood and what's the other thingy that you need for a pipe? Like I had those two items, and then they told me to stop what I was buying to not buy a pipe, which was another 800 gold, and buy a Glimmer. Like not understanding that pipe stack Vlad helps the whole team. Like you guys don't know what you're talking about. You just keep opening your mouth, and the more you guys talk, the more I know you don't know what you're talking about. It's okay not to know everything, guys, but just think before you speak a little bit. Bear back 1 minute. I'm going to the bathroom. English only, please. That'll be your last warning, MMA. Okay, so next game, I actually have to play a Spectre and a Medusa game. So we're gonna go ahead and play the Spectre game right now on unranked. Hey, hey Joven, hey Joven. I'm sorry that I was a little harsh earlier. I get a lot of people here who just come into my stream. They start just trash talking. They don't even know what they're talking about. They just start trash talking. And 90% of them don't react the way that you react, which is you start apologizing. So my bad if I was a little harsh, man. My bad. Usually, you know, these shitheads, they come in here, they start acting super smart and condescending. Then I just fucking roast them and then, you know, give them a little boot out the door. Usually. All right, let me read some comments. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the game. Did I catch up on Game of Thrones? Hey, Namdota, I did not. The last episode of season 7, it's a 960 megabyte file, and it appears that it only has the audio. So unfortunately, I was not able to watch it, and I need to download it, and then proceed with season 8. What is my MMR? It's just about 5.7k. It's okay, we're doing unranked. Show stats. I already just told you my MMR. Address, yes. Does the aura and pipe stack too? No, it does not. But the shield, which is by far the most important part, does. You report someone, you won't queue with them again soon. This is 100% false. I have reported so many people only to be queued with them again. Hi, Eddie. English only, please. Last warning for you. It's not particularly funny to me. Where are we? Haha, funny joke. Yes, Ivan, we're back. Glad you like the haircut. Yes, we're back. Why not rank? I am going to be playing Spectre regardless of draft, so. We're playing League Legends for fun? Yeah, Dota 2 is higher skill cap, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, Paolo, you're the one who donated, right? Are you ready for your Spectre game? Yeah, and then Enchantress is really annoying. Like, oh, I hate those kind of people who like they just have this opinion and they're condescending, right? Like, you make a mistake, they're like, well played. Like, I fucking hate when people do that. So I did it to him, right? But like, the thing is, like, his calls are not even correct, right? Like, if you're gonna be condescending, at least be correct with your calls, right? But he just doesn't even know what he's talking about. What do you think about Filipino Dota players? My personal experience is just plain toxic shit. I think that you're being racist. I play in North America, so I don't experience Filipino players. HVAC, whereas the files, each file is valid, but your VLC version is apparently too old to understand how to play HVAC. We downloaded VLC. You know, I downloaded VLC right in front of you. This was last week. US East is better than US West? Yes, for higher skill players. Okay. Can rank game? No. Yep, that's the plan. Okay. That's right, MMA. Follow those rules. Thank you, Paolo. So I guess you're a carry player, eh, Paolo? You suggested both Spectre and Medusa. Super hard carries. Am I missing a tooth on the left? No, it's just a little out of place. You miss Antrup, NA streamer? He's from Indonesia. But didn't he come to North America? Anyways, he doesn't really play Dota 2 anymore, does he? Don't know, raw Dota? Yes, very toxic North American, supposedly top 500 player. Although I keep hearing that he keeps buying accounts or something like that, and he uses scripts or cheats or something like that. Hey, the Raj, he's probably just a kid. I mean, we can talk about it. So Pyro, oh Jesus, that's not even a question, that's just a straight up statement. So usually when you point out flaws in another person, it's generally not a nice thing to say. Like, as an example, let's say that your sister is kind of fat or ugly. You don't really want to talk about it, right? Like, hey sister, did you know that my sister is fat and ugly? Like, you see how you just make a statement like that? And it's just not a nice thing to say, you know? People don't usually associate missing teeth as a positive thing, right? So when you make these kind of comments, it just makes you look bad. Understood, Pyro? Why is the background black as opposed to white or any other color? You think Henry has scripts? Apparently there's some pretty hard evidence that he does use cheats like that. Hi. Were you the person who got banned earlier? Is it always this long to wait the matchmaking? I don't know. It's very all over the place. Are you sure that's the reason? Fellow, would you like to make a donation to see your hero? Who's projecting right now? Sorry, what are you referring to? 18H, more for the Sand. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wind Ranger, would you like to make a donation to see your hero? Thanks for apologizing, Pyro. Yeah, just in general, as a social skills kind of thing, you know, like you don't want to just start pointing out like people's flaws. You wouldn't go up to a retarded person and be like, this person is retarded. Right to his face, right? Same thing. Yes, the very same Henry. It only takes a sec in Asia server, is that right? Well, lucky you guys. Can I show my room? No, I would have to move my camera, and it's a pain to move the camera. Hey Arno, I'm doing okay, man. How are you? Can I play Meeple? Would you like to make a donation to see your requested hero? I'm right. Your sister's actually ugly. Well, don't tell her that. Considering half the human race is in Asia, it seems logical. Seems logical. Damn, I knew Henry did some account buying and shit. Didn't know he cheats. That's sad because if he does, then that probably means he's cheating NADCL as well, which sucks. Yeah, I've actually spent a good 2 to 3 hours watching his stream. What he used to be really small, like like maybe 10, 20 viewers. And then he played 1v1 against S4, Puck vs Puck, and then his channel just kind of exploded for a brief time, and then he had like 1,000 viewers, and now he floats around, I think, 300. When he exploded, like, he just couldn't handle so many people watching him. There are a lot of toxic people flaming him. I asked, he didn't even have a donation link. I was going to give him some money just to make him feel better. But he's like, don't worry about it, like, I was like, okay, this dude seems alright, right? But then the more I watched him play, I'm like, this guy is really, really toxic. Jeez, I think that he was trying to be more of a PMA player, right? Like, I think he's changed his username to be like, Road to PMA or things like that, right? Like, he's trying to change, right? But I watched him recently, and he's still so toxic, I'm like, holy shit, this guy hasn't changed at all. And yeah, apparently he uses, like, scripts with Meeple and stuff like that. Like, holy shit. 4 more months until you move to Toronto? Oh, exciting. I live in Western Canada. Is there any new meta R? You can go to dotabuff.com and check out win rates. Am I using the Brita water filter? Yes. Would you like to make a donation to see your hero? Woke up your phone on your stomach? Hi, Blend. Yeah, he almost won. How's the weather here? Great question, Abhijit. It's snowing as usual. Just a whole bunch of snow outside. I saw some polar bears this morning. Polar bears and moose. The polar bears were hanging outside, inside the igloo. The house made out of snow. Right next to the hockey players that are running around playing hockey on a pool of ice while eating poutine and maple syrup. You find Raw Dota's coaching videos to be informative. Yeah, I watched him play. Like, I've spent like quite some time watching him play, and mechanically he seems pretty good. And I'm sure his skill level is probably at least 4K, but apparently like he's actually 6K or something like that. But I don't know how legitimate that is, you know? It gets kind of muddy whether or not he's actually 6K. Yes, Al, that's correct. Watched a streamer called COQ the other day for like 5 minutes, and then my ears started to bleed. That guy is plain fucked up. COQ's my friend. Yeah, he can be pretty toxic. Am I a fan of the NBA? No. Who's the most famous player that I've played with? I played with both Anna and Arteezy. I played with Miracle. Yeah, so I guess Miracle is probably the most famous Dota 2 player, right? So I played with him. Yo, JT, I'm good. How are you? I watched Balmy. I have seen some of his videos on YouTube, but I think he doesn't really play ranked games, right? Yeah, and I think he doesn't really talk about his MMR either, right? I've watched him play, and I think he's like maybe 3K or something like that. I prefer to watch like really high MMR players, so he's just not really the kind of person I'd like to watch. Maybe his personality is good. Like I haven't spent that much time watching him, but just his skill level is not my preference. Kaiser, if you have PayPal or credit card, you can also donate that way. Please and thank you. By the way, love your stream. Thank you, Paulo. Yeah, and OG, Spectre, and Ember are fun to see, but me love Medusa, Jug, and Pugna. Do you have any team favorites in Dota Pro now? Well, Paulo, since I am from North America, I have preference for EG. Hello, Muhammad. Yeah, I might have to hop on a different account. Yeah, we've been playing Immortal games all day. He absolutely buys accounts at the Immortal level. My friend who is rank 1K actually made him rage quit when they were against each other in mid. Oh, really? Yeah, he seems to rage a lot. Not risky. So I'm gonna take a picture through your windows. I want to see that guy's playing hockey. Okay. While we play. Russian bots or something to get out of low priority. Oh, Jesus Christ. This guy is just deep in a deep pool of shit, eh? I don't know any other player other than COQ who is famous just for his toxicity. Have you ever heard of Tyler 1? I played with Blitz before, yeah. Actually, many times. I don't like competitive match. And yeah, I mean, he's just playing for fun. You know, he's Balmy is probably like maybe casual-ish. He's not really hardcore. I played in Southeast Asia server with some other streamers, but I would not play normally there because I live in Canada. Hello, Vo. What does Blue Span mean? It's just a name. I don't stream on Twitch because there's too much competition. Okay.
Whose band is it? Oh, yours! 5 seconds left!
Hello, Naka. From Malaysia. Please speak in English only, thank you. Thank you, Kaiser, for the good luck and have fun.
Okay, your pick now. Your pick now. Here, Meepo. What? Huh?
How was it playing with Anna, Arteezy, or Sumail? I've never played with Sumail, but I will say this. So when you play against like these super famous pro players, like when you play against Miracle, right? Pretty much most people have the same plan. People in the really high brackets, they have the same plan when they play against Miracle. Okay, they're like, fuck, we're playing against Miracle. Fuck. Anyways, so their plans tend to be very similar. They're like, oh my fucking god. Okay, I'm getting on my Smurf.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk.
I don't want to do another 15-minute Cougars. I'm sure you guys don't want to wait either. Anyway, so when people play against Miracle, Anna, etc., Arteezy, they tend to have very similar plans. And it's a very simple plan, okay? Gank Arteezy, gank Miracle, win game! All the time, right? I mean, it seems obvious, right? Kill the superstar player, win game, right? But I gotta tell you, they already know that you're gonna do that. So if they know that you're gonna do that, you know what they do? They fucking set up a trap for you. They're fucking ready. You think that they're alone farming by themselves? Nope, they've got their fucking team right behind them in the trees. And then you think that you could kill them and they bait you down to like this small amount of HP and then you're all fucking dead. You're all dead. Guaranteed. Trust me, it's happened so many times to me. Okay, so we are going to play ranked teams at the Legend Ancient level. And I'm just going to first pick. Hey, Vo, have a good night, buddy. And by the way, I'm probably going to be in Vietnam soon. Oh, Cairo. How to press if in phone? I don't understand what you're saying. How to press F? Ramses vs. Arteezy, who's OP? I don't have an opinion on this. Have you eaten? No. First pick Spectre? Yes. Okay, we have a game. Give me safe lane, fuckers. Give me safe lane. Safe lane.
Your turn to ban.
Playing Spectre, boys.
5 seconds remaining.
Good thing no one's contesting me for safe lane. Not that it matters. I'm just gonna pick it regardless. Johan, glad you like my answer. I often have no opinions on many things. 2 or feed? No thanks.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Okay. I changed the count, yes. Oh, they have Ancient 4 player. Shit. Shit. Shit! To be honest with you guys, even when I play on Divine Immortal, I still first pick Spectre. So, chances are we're gonna win this game. Thank you again, Kaiser. Lean LC against me, are ya? Go ahead. You're in the same bracket as my Smurf, are you?
Your turn to pick.
See you later, Johan. Sorry, Paolo. What did you think was a good explanation? Are you talking about like Anna and Arteezy, Miracle, etc.? Oh, you got me, Daraj. Hey. Oh, let's type in exclamation mark attention for you. It's okay, Daraj. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Yeah. Also, the guy who just came in here and got banned. Hey, no, actually, I just slept. I just slept well. No, I actually got 8 hours of sleep yesterday. Usually I don't, so I feel kind of good today. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Reza. So the guy who just got banned, man. You see all the people on the left. So all the people on the left are doing productive, beneficial things to society. They're basically probably better people than you are. And then there's you, man. Good job. Doing nothing for nobody. If you spent more time doing this rather than this, maybe people would like you. And maybe you can make some friends. Just saying.
Your turn to pick.
Firefighters don't have friends? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know any firefighters, so I can't really disprove that statement. Hello, Polkit. Oh, I see what you're saying, Paolo. Yeah, really glad you liked the explanation. You're welcome, Kaiser. I know, right? One hole? Pathetic, ain't it? When did I start streaming? I started streaming 2 hours and 44 minutes ago. Beer or liquor? I'm more of a liquor kind of guy. I have to drink too much beer to get drunk. And also that beer beer is quite unhealthy for you. Like more unhealthy than hard liquor is. Just because of all the carbs and the calories. Whereas hard liquor, I mean that's really disgusting, but you know, you just drink it really quickly. Oh, actually we have some hard liquor right here. Although I'm trying not to drink so much these days.
According to the forecast, this one is in the bag.
I'm gonna buy all the Maximo unhealthy theater food just to spite Blue Span.
Oh my god, yeah.
You live in a free country.
It was intense.
Oh please, no, 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 no! I will meet all of you.
It's like Endgame. No.
Oh my god. I will destroy my items.
No spoil. Oh yeah, fuck.
30 seconds.
Game of Thrones Endgame. Oh yeah, man, what the fuck?
Do you like MMR?
Jeez, it's a trap.
I was lying sneaky.
The battle begins.
Yo man, click him! Jesus Christ!
Last of my kind, but first in this.
We can stand right here and just click him. Click him.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
Stupid creeps.
You click him some more? Okay. Sandia, thanks for subscribing. Kill.
Yep.
Oh fuck! I'm hitting the range creep. You know what? I might be able to get away with a super greedy build. Sucker. Kill.
Yep. There we go.
One more click.
Yay.
Oh man, I'm missing so much CS for this.
I'll get some XP. I'm gonna get some more on the map. I also got an ace. Careful mid.
Five-minute ruins.
A gift from the curses of battle.
Fucking hell, man.
Just because you don't know how to play it doesn't mean that that's on.
Whoa. Gee. Rude.
Yeah, it is rude. Kill. Hey, you can just click him. Have another dagger. Fight.
2 seconds.
Yeah. See you your Q.
There we go. Yay.
Hey, let's try.
Shrine
Yeah,
maybe?
let's do it.
Yeah, let's go. Arcane Rune bottom.
Hey, we can kill Underlord again.
Okay, yeah, can try it.
Out.
You know his fate. Yay.
More fuel for my fire.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Your top tower is under attack.
No, okay.
Can I have one of your tangas? Either of you? Thanks.
Oh, Clogger.
That was sick. I'm back though.
Oh Jesus. Fun police is here. Hi, Bev.
I'm all the way top? Oh shit. Probably too late. Oh, damn.
God, man, I want some less hits. Can I have that Dango too? Thanks, man. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm hot anyways, though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The minerals.
Oh yeah, top room. Don't worry about him.
Invisibility. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, just mute it, man. Just mute. Just play. Good, good.
Hey man, I almost have Sacred Relic if that makes you feel any better.
Yeah, Spectre is farming a lot, so he doesn't care. Oh no, she's gonna duel. No.
Pour a bottom.
Dire structures are fortified.
They're coming for you, middle. Good. Good shit. Good kill.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm stuck.
Okay, man. Oh shit.
Ooh. That was close, man.
I can walk by this tower without getting hit, right?
I'm nothing.
Ooh.
Oh. My god, these fights are insane.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hi, Aldian. Just playing some Dota, man.
They're all bot. So get our lanes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, it's the same guy. Ban that guy. I remember, man, you're pretty pathetic, eh?
Has been denied.
A lot of friends, do you?
Oh shit, what the fuck? Like 4 of them? Jesus.
Oh my god, I missed that last hit.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dee.
I don't know if I was good.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
What? Really? That can happen?
Move, move, move.
Jeez. No bottom? Jeez. Oh, really?
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, the Juke Spectre? Who?
This fucking ogre's stuck, man.
I don't have my ult, so
I just want to buy the relic, eh? Money for relic.
Your bottom tower is fallen. Your top
oh, I'm
tower
dead.
is
I'm
under
dead, guys.
I did.
Goodbye. I'll get back, man. Jeez.
Nah, I'm out of here.
We need to put some pressure on other lanes. We're all but can kill maybe Jog. Out of smoke.
Can I have your mango disruptor? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Oh no, I died my ult.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
Oh, keep it stunned. I'm feeling it inside.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Well, you know, sometimes
I'm
farm
fucking
slows
next
down
turn,
when,
man.
you know, they send 4 heroes bottom, right?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom
I just
tower
blocked the
is
camp.
under attack.
That was a goal. Main goal. And hide it.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Come on, man, I just used this clarity. Come on.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Fuck off. Jesus.
Ooh, we don't know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You're all dead.
I don't have mana.
Is under attack.
There you go.
He fingered for that.
Peace out for you, Spectre.
It's okay, I'm just gonna Radiance. Nah, I'm good. That was worth Ginny, that's right. That's right! Why am I not buying items? I don't have money to buy Radiance Recipe. If I have money, I will buy it. They smoked over here. They smoked.
Yeah, they smoked.
Oh my god!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
LC a blink? He does not.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, let's go, let's go.
God, dude. Oh man. Kill them all.
Me vision.
LC has no duel. Use your Luguna.
Killer 2. There we go. Oh.
I'm farming bottom. Get the runes, please. Bounty runes.
Oh yeah. Someone get top. Oh, never mind. Chuck got it.
Okay, I got Radiance.
Thanks, fine.
Oh, which creep do I go for, guys? This one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm alone, Mena. Get back out of line.
I have Haunt Radiance. Not implying that you should take any fights or anything, but I do have it.
DP man. Oh shit, you fuck.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
We need to fight.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, we have on, so let's go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Die, Mars! Die! Oh, Wyvern's dead. You're gonna burn the Radiance.
Fuck yeah!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh yeah. Chaser. Give me vision. Oh shit, okay, never mind. Oh, no, not never mind. Aw, feels good, guys. Take my mana.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh, we should get back now.
Yeah, I don't have Haunt.
Doesn't have ult. Okay, get that kill back.
Didn't.
Okay. Maybe get mid? I have mine. And we have Arena of Vlad. Is that the name? Yeah. Jesus. Such a bitch. can't do shit, man.
Hey,
Okay, get
Lena
back,
already
get
back.
back. Oh.
Hey, Disruptor, get back.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fuck!
Yeah, but it's area star, man. You know what she did? Oh, ward.
Is there? Mine!
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Get back. Get back. They're all in.
$25 runes.
Your middle
Oh,
tower
Mars.
is under attack.
He stopped. Oh, shit. Well, everything's fine. Yeah, the cooldown is pretty insane. It's ridiculous. It's so good.
That real? What the fuck is he doing?
Mistakes were made. Well, at least Spectre has a lot of space right now.
Yep. Let's go hunt too.
It's pretty good. Oh yeah. Coming here. Warning. Oh, yeah, warning.
Oh, come on, get the LC off me.
Dire structures are
Oh no, guys, stop.
Kill him!
Just stop.
Good job, guys.
Stop.
No duel on LC.
I'm just support.
I'm gonna have it really soon though. Hit.
Oh, guys, no, no. You cocky cock.
Oh, TP ball. Actually, no, I'm not gonna TP it.
the enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Hey, no, well, it's based on a lot of things.
Yeah. Oh, I got something. fuck? Maybe not. Oh yeah.
Did I interrupt?
His detection?
What?
I don't want to get dueled. Hey, he might still be there. We can scan.
I have a sentry, but or, but who's there?
LC.
Oh, really? Jesus, it's here. Okay, okay. Okay, no. She probably ran side the fucking wall.
No! Wasn't he just top? Dude, we caught him here. And then I think like less than 10 seconds later he's up here. And now he's down here again? Underlord? I don't understand, man.
Oh shit, DD bottom.
I just don't understand, you know. Good.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I think we can't.
I'm almost up. Like,
Yeah.
they're gonna start splitting now. I think. Get ready.
You think this?
Yeah, they're gonna start
Okay,
TPing
okay,
away. Like they're gonna go back, etc. Yeah, get ready to jump them.
Oh yeah, let's go. Six seconds on the blink. Oh yeah, let's go.
Nice shot.
Or maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't think you had time, but no, you can go Roshan. Yeah, maybe Roshan.
Yeah, I'll see Roshan.
Just ward it maybe. And... 40 seconds for jug, so we have time.
Yeah.
Your shine has fallen to the radiant.
Hey, they might actually fight me. If they fight me, we win.
Oh, kill the cow. Yeah. There we go. Distant vision. Oh. It's better. Oh, don't split. Oh. Yeah, let's fucking go. DD bottom.
And his name is John C.
Thank you. Oh, you know you have bottle? Oh, you take it. I actually don't right click it.
Dire structures are fortified.
Die, disruptor!
Oh my god, no. But why? I'm your fucking bitch already.
The enemy's middle barracks is falling.
Oh, GG. Oh, maybe not.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Oh my god.
Yo, man, I'm okay, dude, I'm okay. Maybe I can hop back in, maybe. No, it's not worth it. Thanks for trying though. Whew. Fuck this rack, dude. Cost us so much.
That was sick, but oh my god.
Yeah, well, you know, I wasn't really sure until the very last second, so my bad.
Oh yeah, the rooms. You think they're still there? Oh yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes, 45.
Okay.
Thanks for subscribing. Okay, Lion's not with you guys, so just be careful. No, don't go bottom. I have bottom controlled. That's fucking this LC gangster.
Oh no. Yeah, it's brilliant. Oh no.
Hey, help Lena.
What? On my way. Oh man.
Hey, they don't have backdoor protection. We can get mid and top. And they don't have Omni Slash. Or Winter Curse.
The enemy's middle barracks.
Oh wow.
Winter Curse Omni Slash.
You, man. Wow. That was sick.
The enemy's top tower.
You wanna duel me?
Ribbits.
I'm okay, I have heart.
Let's go.
Hey, get the healing word you can. Hey, let's get back, Shepard.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I will grab bottom runes. You
Yeah,
grab.
bottom.
Hey, grab the spinner rune, okay?
Yeah. Exactly.
A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
That was.
Invisibility.
You just explode. Yeah. Like a big fart. GG guys, I got a fucking meme hammer. Yep. Let's get the tower and the shrine, yeah. And I don't have a smoke.
Attack. What for?
Oh, they have a sentry there, huh? No! Mars, stop! You fucker! Fucking son of a bitch! Oh no! He buy back, Chuck. Helper? Oh, okay, nice. win this. Oh, she don't know. The juke. The juke.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Dust? Never mind.
Hey, get under what's going to.
Oh, jeez, GG. TP tops one.
I'm gonna buy Eagle Song
mind.
real quick.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Hey, line, keep going. Yeah, Lena can come
Yeah,
back.
no
Lena
way.
can come back. Yeah, keep going. Hey, don't get cursed, okay?
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
GG. Game over.
Enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Wait, what?
Oh, wow.
Just go top. You wanna die? Let's secure the game first.
So now is the game over? I can't spoil it.
Yeah, goodbye, your Divine Rapiers.
Go on.
Has fallen. You now have Mega Drain.
Hey, Buddy's gonna have Omni Slash here.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
That wasn't
Where am I? Oh, there I am.
Let's fucking go!
Radiant victory.
GG.
There you go, Paolo. Spectre. Hope you enjoyed the game. Let me know if anyone else convinced me, guys, so I can come in back. Be right back. I'm going to the bathroom. 1 minute. Lion, you did great. Dude, Lion was getting shit on early game, huh? I think Lino was shitting on him at that one point too. Hey Vicky, do I remember you? Nope. What's a lot of kills? Me? 46 kills? Did you just call me Bulldog? How dare you?
Your turn to bat.
Five seconds remaining.
Your turn to pick.
$57. Wow. So slightly above average.
Your turn to pick.
Please, please, please. Oh, fuck me!
Your turn to pick.
Or jungle! I'm playing some hero requests regardless of lineup. And Risky, let me ask you a question. Why would you want to add me so that you can watch it in Dota? Like, what difference does it make? You can't hear me talking, you can't hear the communications, the in-game chat. Like, there is only a 2-second delay between what actually happens in real life and what you see on the stream. I mean, is it really that important to see last hits and net worth?
Your turn to pick.
Or other parts of the map? Probably not, right? Wow, our 3 cores are very greedy picks. I hope they don't pick a teamfight hero, because then we could just 5-man it down the lane. Hear my question, Risky? Eagle, why would we vote for you and for what? Go to sleep, man.
Can I get a tango, please?
Don't say a thing. You know it's true.
Prepare for
So
battle.
I'm calling it right here and now. This one's in the bag.
Thanks, Lulu.
Power.
Nam Dota, when are holidays over? Just making casual conversation with you. You're watching me and play a game? Okay, but if you were watching me in Dota 2 TV, you couldn't really play at the same time because your Dota 2 client would be busy. So that, I don't think that makes sense. Or am I misunderstanding something here? Or quote unquote yesterday. Ugh. Where's my support?
Yes.
So it might be Puck and Pudge down here.
Right.
The battle begins.
Tremble, vermin, before the stony gaze of the Gorgon.
First blood. It was ours all along.
Yes.
Actually, no, I just want the one wraith thing.
Fight for honor.
Medical visit with Dr. Carol Danvers.
Tremble.
Interesting. Wow, these creeps don't follow me.
Peace. Rush.
Probably don't get help this thing. No, I think it's just a made-up doctor. That's what I think it is.
Silent as a snake. Crawling.
Is Pudge like the core here or something?
Look me in the slithering. Run, vermin. Bring me mana.
Oh, almost got the pop too.
Gorgons, guide
Well, I
me.
mean, if I'm gonna be down here by myself, I'm gonna get boots so I don't get ganked too easily.
For honor.
Ay, God.
It is no great matter.
Vengeance never dies. Cut you down, chaff. Fall before me.
Five-minute ruin, Smyrna? No, too slow.
That's not right.
This guy's got no mana to fucking steal, dude. He's too dumb. Good job, Mirana. Just running around, just making plays, eh? I like it. Oh, dude, you have Q. You could use that anytime. Ooh, oh, shit. What the? Oh my god, this guy's so... sticky. Glad to hear your depression, dude. Take it easy.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Is Ring of Basilius good for mana sustain? Yeah, it is. The only thing is I haven't quite decided which items I want to buy this game yet. I mean, I'm sure it's a good value item, it's just I'm not sure that I want it.
Explosion!
10-minute runes? 10-minute runes?
Kiss, kiss. 17.
Pudge is in the trees trying to hook me.
The prize is gone.
Anyways, Ring of Basilius is good. It's just I'm getting Mask of Madness, and you get Mask of Madness as a filler item, you tend to run out of slots really quickly. I might get Dragonlance too, and that's kind of a filler item. Oh shit. Pudge missing from bottom. Where the fuck is Pudge? Oh, Invoker's bottom now. Pudge bottom? Invoker and scared of Sniper. 8 Invoker versus 10 Sniper. He's scared of Sniper. That is good. That is good.
Right. Snake's kiss. Silent as a snake. Not yet. Mystic snare. Crawling.
You're dead. Oh shit, I'm dead too!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks, don't care.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Is that a fact or a hunch? Oh wait, never mind, you said you want words.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, Ali Reza, you're back! Did you figure out your username yet for that 7.8k account? You there for that, Ashley? Cancel TP for trying.
I'll take that.
Let me guess, you're not gonna say anything, or you're gonna make an excuse, right? Next time, just don't lie, dude. How's just coming? Give me my item, dude.
Catch us if you can.
Silent as a snake.
What the fuck, my item, dude?
For honor.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Do I want Mantis Stone? Juggernaut's so poor! Good! How'd you like the sack, Ashley? Do I want Mantis Stone?
It's not time yet.
Do I want Mantis Stone and BKB? Seems excessive.
Honor.
Maybe not. Maybe just the BKB. Like Mantis Stone, it'll help against Puck Silence, it'll help against Cold Snap. And also, more importantly, Juggernaut's Omni Slash. But I mean, I kind of need BKB, which also help against Puck Silence and Invoker's Cold Snap.
It's not time yet. Mother protects me. Yes.
It sucks when you lie, and then people call you out on your lie, and then now you don't have anything to say, right? So just don't lie, right? Seems pretty simple.
Not yet.
Okay, so somebody else said that, but it wasn't you. Okay. Somebody else who knows a lot about MMR and Dota 2, but it wasn't you. But it was your 12-year-old brother. Man, just don't fucking lie. Jesus Christ. Is it really that hard? Jesus Christ. Some people, you know what I mean? I think I'm not getting Mantis stuff. Oh, you're just 5k. Okay. Are you Immortal 5k or are you Divine 5k? Man, this guy is just building a web of lies. He's going deeper and deeper, guys. This is good advice for you guys. Don't lie. Oh, what the? Jesus Christ. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Anyways, guys, don't flame him too much. I'm trying to teach him a lesson here. I'm not sure if he's capable of learning, but we're trying. I should use my Mystic Snake against some of these creeps now. Get my mana. So now you're okay, so now you're party 5k, which means you might be immortal, but you can't really prove it because you can't hit Immortal as 5k, so therefore you don't have to show us your username, which we can easily check up on the leaderboards. Okay. And no ID on Dota. You see how you just keep lying and lying and lying, man? Why don't you just be like, okay, look, I was just... You can even go over the, oh, I was just joking, bro. I mean, that's a little bit better than lying, to be quite honest. Oh, I gotta get out of here before I die.
It's not time yet.
Okay. Why didn't I go Maelstrom? I was debating. Oh, you block my camp. I was debating Maelstrom, to be quite honest with you, but then I realized, I mean, it'll make me farm faster. Hey, can you arrow this regen?
Structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Here.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You're dead too. Oh, there's a fucker. Is that enough damage? Oh my god! 5 HP! Oh! Whatever. Hey, Ale, we're not gonna talk about this anymore. But I will say this, Ale. Since you just keep lying and lying and lying, and you have no evidence to prove any of your claims. So, I mean, we're not going to talk about this anymore, but I will say this. So, everyone here in the stream today, including myself, the most critical person, thinks that you're a liar. That is your reputation now. That's the reputation that you develop for yourself. I mean, it's the choice you make, right?
Not yet.
I don't really give a shit what you say anymore, dude. Uh-oh. Oh, just in time.
Not yet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ha 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 ha, funny, 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 ha 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 ha. Yeah, yeah, funny.
Is under attack.
Jesus.
I'm not ready.
Hey, little dog, I'm from Canada.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It was straight up Scotty, yeah.
Shadows take us.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Mystic Snake.
Pursuing this shit? Hey, Ryan Senpai. How you doing, man? I'm coming with. Fuck, dude.
Right. Rush. Hiss. I am Scotty.
Yeah, this, I don't know, this hero's kind of boring. I don't know, man, I've just been farming bottom for like 20 minutes. About it, yeah. I suppose there's a lot of decision making that goes into why I farm bottom, but if you do so, you just farm.
Radiant structures are fortified.
sisters.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Fight for honor. Gorgons, guide me.
25-minute runes. I wonder if Jug got the fusel. He's supposed to get the fusel. Hey, Kara, sniper, Kara. Oh, you got it. They might try to gank him right now. Nope, not even bothering. No party games for the time being. Holy shit. Man, this guy's... Jesus Christ, dude. He's always in like these super dangerous spots.
New treasures. Impervious. Crawling. Power comes vengeance. Sliding.
Holy fuck. Am I gonna ban you? Frost Dragon. Are you so fucking stupid? Man, Frost Dragon, sometimes you say really dumb things, man. I gotta tell you. Jesus Christ, that guy.
Dire structures are fortified.
Stay where you are. None can resist.
That guy's a regular. That's why I haven't banned him instantly. But holy fuck, some people are just so their social skills are so fucking low, man. This guy's gonna be like 12 years old. Oh my god.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey Paolo, are you still here? Because we're playing your Medusa game. Oh, he bought Quelling Blade? What's wrong with that? I mean, he's not wrong. He's like 200 gold for 7 damage. It's really not that bad.
Right. Gorgons, guide me.
Nah! Am I dead? Oh, rampage.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Arrow already, Jesus.
I'll never bow.
Did you misbehave? Besides the, you know, the blatant lying and the continuous web of lies, no. But nobody really likes you. There's DD there. Oh no, you're on, dude. Come on, man. You make a web of lies when you play Broodmother? Oh yeah, you instantly just start lying your ass off when you play Broodmother? Oh, that makes sense. Sometimes when your teammates feed, you say well played. Oh! That makes sense. Oh, is that one of her lines? Oh, okay. Would not know. Oh, hey, there's a barrier in here.
Your top tower is under attack.
Look me in the eye.
Your top tower
What are you doing,
has been
Sniper?
denied.
Mom can disassemble, yes. Wanna show me, please?
Attack! Crawling. I'm not ready.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is
We can do Roshan.
My resolve strength.
Yeah, I've been waiting to do Roche for like 4 minutes now.
I'm done with Roshan.
Silent as a snake.
You take
Okay,
it.
thanks.
Your shrine has fallen to the Radiant.
Butterfly.
Oh, I have DD. Okay, let's do this.
Before me. It's not time yet. Fall before me. Quick as a snake.
Dude.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
And Invoker doesn't give a shit in that. It's like,
Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
it's okay, Frost Dragon, but just try not to say any more stupid shit, because I'm really close to banning you.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Where's Paolo? Hey man, you like the Dusa game? GG guys. Yeah, Medusa. Who did 7,000 damage? Juggernaut did 7,000 damage? Oh, that's pretty bad. Holy fuck, his GPM is 346. Damn. Oh, hello, Johnny. It's nice to see you. How was your weekend and how was the prom? Have I seen the Avengers? No. Let's not talk about the Avengers, okay? Or details about it, I should say. Oh, this guy can me too. All right, Ali. All right, Ali. You said that's your account, right? Okay. Invite me right now, using that account. Yeah, I'll even give you my ID so that you can invite. Okay. 8879-35073. Here we go. So here, put this number into this bar right here and invite me to a party right now. Go ahead, man. I'll wait for it, right? Because that is your account, right? Here. We're gonna play another game while we wait. English only, please. Oh, I'm at job, can't just get my ID out. Okay. Here, man. First of all, you're 7.8k. That's what you said originally. And then what was the first couple excuses? Yeah, he says like, I'm not there right now, or something like that. And then you said it was your 12-year-old brother. And then you changed your MR. You were 5K. You said you were Divine 1. But let's have a look. But I mean, this Dota buff says it's Divine 4. Do you see how you just keep fucking lying, man? Jesus Christ. Yeah, hey, Yowlo, we're not gonna... No, I said it earlier. I was like, we're not gonna talk about this anymore. I'm not gonna ban this guy because, I mean, he's not toxic. And he's... For whatever reason, he's just mental issues and he just keeps lying. We're not gonna ban him just yet. But now no one will believe anything that you say ever. Yeah, oh, did he play a game 22 minutes ago? Oh, man. Dude, you just keep fucking lying and lying, eh? Okay. Alright, man. No one will believe a single thing you say now. Don't even fucking pretend like you're good at this game. Don't make suggestions in Dota 2. Anything you say, no one will believe from now on. Holy shit, man. Like, it's so easy to verify stuff. Like, if anyone you guys are watching and you guys have tendencies to lie, don't. This is so easy. Good job, my fellow internet detectives. Anyways, we're not gonna talk about this topic anymore because he's just an idiot, and he's just an idiot and a liar. And yeah, we're wasting too much time and giving him way too much attention. So we're done talking about this issue. But yeah, everyone thinks that you're an idiot and a liar, and that's not a good thing to be thought of as in community. That's right.
Your turn to bat.
I'm gonna. Hey, Blitzbanks, how you doing? I'm gonna random this game, by the way.
5 seconds remaining.
Hey guys, I'm Elon Musk's goldfish. Oh yeah? Well, Elon Musk's goldfish. Pixar didn't happen. Oh, we're Shaker. I love this hero.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, now it's your friend playing it. Okay. Alright, man. Yeah, another lie. Lie. Blech. Lie. 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 That's pathetic, dude. Anyways, don't give him any more attention.
Your turn to pick.
Damn, man, I have not seen this this serial of a liar in a long time. Like he just nonstop. He just keeps vomiting lies. Like it just nonstop. It's actually amazing, you know? Wow. Would you like to make a donation for your hero request? Would you like to make a hero request at the cost of a donation? Ah, I see. Dennis, do you have 20 hours of watch time or more? Ryan, no. Ryan, you're gonna donate? Okay. Wait. What are you saying, Ryan? Are you saying that you want a hero?
Your turn to pick.
How do you donate? Here, I'll give you the instructions. Follow the bot's instructions. It is off lane Wind Ranger. Okay. Okay, that's okay. Okay. Hey, Blitzbanks, we haven't played any games yet. Would you like to play some games? Oh, Pharaoh? You see yourself in the viewer? Or in me?
Earth Shaker. It falls in the bag to inform you that this one is in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
In the bag.
Alright, let's go like this. Super greedy though. You know? 20 hours a month. I never specified what time frame you have to have 20 hours, Dennis. I simply just asked you, do you have 20 hours or more? 3 a.m.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I will come help you soon.
Here I come. Very good.
30 seconds to battle.
Hey Ryan Senpai, I may be in Vietnam in about a month. Would you like to meet up? Ryan Senpai? The real Blitzbanks? I am kind of suspicious.
Whenever is most convenient for you.
The battle begins.
Let the up. Time to shake things up and see where they settle.
He's stuck in there unless he eats it, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, death to tower! Oh, shit. Nice.
Last of my kind, but first in this.
Wait, did he even use spin? Oh, you have another. You have spin. Okay, we can kill another. Maybe the warlock.
Move it.
Hey, telekinesis. Oh baby! Oh baby!
Yes.
I'm done.
Let's shake things up.
You're in the Philippines, but this really close. Maybe I'll visit the Philippines. How about that, right, Senpai?
Yes.
This guy does back creeps. Here, let me show you how it's done, homie. Pull the creeps back like this.
No, I'm real Blitzbanks.
I don't know what to think, man. I don't know what to think.
First. Oh yes. Quick and crack. Onward.
Here. Shit, man.
Let's roll.
Yeah, you can run. Hey, BH, wait, I need you to pick up some items from me, okay? Thanks. 2 items.
Tremble.
Thanks. Thank you.
Very good. Yes. Moving. Onward.
Hard to be a daddy? It's okay, it's good.
It's under my feet. Forward. Oh, yes.
Oh shit. My bad. It's okay, let's get back.
Let's shake things up. Ground.
The fuck? He's ward over here now. Okay, man. Thank you, farm.
Here I come. Base and
Ah.
let's roll.
Hey, Paolo. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for the donations today. Hello, Matt. Runes, please.
Forward.
I'll take that as tribute.
Yes. Moving. Let's roll.
Uh-oh. Oh man, I should have been there.
Here I come. The earth moves under my feet. Yes, indeed. Very good. Oh, yes.
Oh my god, that mana drain. So good. Not good enough.
Yes. Fisher.
Dude, just click him, man! Just click him! Yo, man, just click him. It's okay.
Yes. Let's shake things up. Down we go. Earth Gate. Enchant. Feel the earth move.
Cute inside jokes you guys got there. Spelling each other's names like a bunch of someone who doesn't know how to use their keyboard.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Base and tremble.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ow, ow. Oh shit. Thanks for the sensor. Oh dang, it has sentry there too. Sonic Wave from Queen of Pain used. Yeah, he has Shadow Strike on him.
tower is under attack.
Base and tremble.
Bam! I'm the carry now. I don't have TP. Buy TP just in case. Probably save this guy.
Let's roll. Forward.
Invoker, get ready for Sunstrike.
That should help.
Come on, dude. Earlier, dude. Come on. Jesus.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I alt tab.
Here I come. Yes. Oh yes. Run, coward. Attack. Kill. Double kill. The earth moves under my feet.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Shakedown.
Means we're all dying. What the? Oh my god.
Let's shake things up. Yes, indeed. Let the earth quake.
Favorite heroes, Juggernaut?
Move it.
Favorite roll? I like cinnamon rolls, they tend to be pretty good. Barrel rolls are pretty good too. Yeah, especially barrel roll. It's like a... I got my blink dagger now, so fuck some shit up.
Let's shake things up. Blink dagger.
We can kill Clop.
Tower is under attack.
I have blink dagger, okay? BH, can you run at him? Go, go, go!
Structures are fortified.
Gank tax.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You like sausage roll? Yeah, you fan of sausages? Me too.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
I'm coming. I have we can kill. We can kill. I'm coming. Yeah, I have Fisher, okay?
Here I come.
Fisher not weird.
Afar.
Where do you think
What do you think about Techies? Techies is a blast. Warlock doesn't have his ult. I think you guys can run at him. Oh wait, never mind. Jaw's coming there. Okay, okay. We might be able to jump Drow here, maybe. They smoked. They're gonna run at you.
Yes. I'll take that as tribute.
I have Echo in 3. Get ready, get ready. Oh fuck. Jesus. They might have a ward here, so I'm gonna be careful.
Your top tower is under attack.
You ready, Sunstrike? Step. Dude, this hero's so fun. Love this hero.
Your top tower has been denied.
Covering ground. Here I come.
Nice. Yeah, McDonald's is supposed to be like the king of value meals, you know? I'm gonna fight Drow. Hey, Jug, we might be able to kill Drow here.
Yes. Yes.
Good job.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dude, this hero's so fucking fun. You guys should play this hero. If you have skill? The fuck, man? So their ward is right here? Yeah, okay.
Let's roll. The earth moves under my feet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yes, indeed.
Dead, dude.
No damage.
Dire structures are fortified.
I don't have TP, shit.
Down you go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Invoker, can you ready Sunstrike? Okay. They have ward though. Why didn't I kill Drow here? Because maybe I can kill more than just Drow. And also it's risky play.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why doesn't Drow kill me first? You mean right here? Because I ran around the tree. And she's scared of me.
Tower is under attack.
She should be. Sunstrike mid invoker.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Base and tremble. Let's move. Yes, indeed.
She knows something. I think she sees me and or Rubik. Oh. Sunstrike.
Fisher. Enchant.
They don't have any detection VH. I'm playing on my legend account, so this bracket is actually legend.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
But thank you. What? There's nothing here. Okay, he saw me, I'm pretty sure. Thank you for the kind words, Devraj. Would I say Legend is the start of good Dota? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you have to realize that 3K is already better than 90% of players. Okay. Yeah, if you're 3K, you're better than 90% of players. So 4K is already better than 99% of players. So, I mean, with that in mind, depends what your definition of good is.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay.
Your middle tower has been denied.
Here I come. Let's shake things up. Shake it and take it. Yes.
Sunstrike bottom? Oh wait, you're dead. What the fuck?
It's not ready. The earth moves under my feet.
Your middle tower is
Getting
under
picked off one by one. Hi Voltric, it's going pretty good. How are you?
Base and tremble.
What the fuck, man? Sucker! Dude, eggs or shit are so fun. Are you sure?
Let's shake things up. Yes, indeed.
Can we fight mid in a sec? Maybe we can jump him. But only if we have more cores. Okay, Rubik, you're gonna die.
It's under my feet.
Hey, Roshan's really easy. Really easy Roshan. Can we get some more right clickers?
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Yes.
Heal me, Jug. Let's go. Let's get the next tower.
Haste. I'll take that as tribute. Drone.
Wait a minute. This tower? They have vision up here. So they have vision on one of these cliffs. Oh wait, yeah, it just expired. They also know that we have vision here, so we can kind of defend.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Base and tremble.
Wait for.
The earth moves under my feet.
Jesus Christ. Man.
Well done.
What the fuck? Keep being over like 25% HP.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Why?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I might echo slam this. Oh no, I echo nothing! I echo nothing! Ooh. Ooh. Hey, don't tell anybody. Sorry, man. Sorry, that was 100% my fault. I don't know what happened. I got hit by something.
Covering ground.
Oops. Oh, dude. Oh, so bad. Hey, I'm going to the bathroom 1 minute. How do I have this quelling blade? Oh.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I got hit by Maelstrom? Oh. Must have been unintentional, huh? A fucking Maelstrom, dude. Who suspects that shit? No one expect that.
Yes. Crack. That. Oh, yes. Let the earth quake.
Oh man. Oh shit! Uh oh. Oh my god, Jug! Help the Jug if you can. You have a friend that has been the same MMR for the last 3 seasons? Is his name Bluespan?
Your bottom tower is under
Yeah, his name is Bluespan, right? Power shot.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Back to finish this later. Drum pound. Very good. Twice the cutting power.
Oh, the old anti-mage icon from Dota 1. Or Demon Hunter, I should say. Hey Nam Dota? No, you're absolutely right. It's kind of like competing in the Olympics, right? Just because you can run a 4-minute kilometer doesn't mean you can run a 3-minute kilometer with the same effort going from 5 to 4 and 4 to 3. Absolutely, for sure. Hello, Nicanor. Oh yeah, I've been flatlined around this MMR for a long time.
Enchant.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Moving.
Uh-oh, this is really bad. Oh, my Yules! Oh shit, bitch! Hey, Bill Gunn, how you doing, man? Oh my god, are you serious? Are you serious? Holy shit! Okay, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Yeah, he 100% has awards somewhere around here. I think it's probably like right here, something like that. How's the Mongolian life, Bilgun? I watched some Mongolian throat singing a while back. This is really cool stuff. I played Immortal earlier, but now we're just gonna take it easy.
Attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Actually, the ward might be here, huh? Or is it here? Because I got jumped around here, so it's either here or it's either here, I think. Or here. Or here. Oh, it could be anywhere around there. You can be cool, but never cool like Mongolians? Damn it. Chuck, can you spin in TP? TP, TP, TP! Oh, Jesus. Okay, we have to save him. Oh my god, this is such a disaster. Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh. Oh my god, that was such a huge mistake, dude. We may have lost. Wow. Invisibility. That might have been a game-ending mistake.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Hey, don't chase for kills, whatever you do.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine is falling.
Rise as one. Base and tremble. Forward. Oh, yes. Yes. Attack. Let's shake things up.
We have so much true sight in this area. Fuck you guys, die! You're a healing ward, dude! Oh my god! Oh my god, wrong direction! Oh my god! Oh my god! This game might be over right here. Go creeps, yes. 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 Oh. Hey, hey, you guys don't have to, you didn't have to do that. Because Drow's gone already.
Your top shrine is under attack.
So many mistakes being made in this game.
Your top shrine has fallen.
Here I come. The earth moves under my feet.
How did the lion know we were here anyways, man? Like, where is his ward? What the fuck? Is his ward right here? Oh yeah! I'm waiting for this tower. that real warlock? What the fuck? Am I Korean? Nope. Are you Korean?
Black King. Let the earth quake. Here I come.
Oh shit. Oh man. Oh, I'm sure the buyback too.
Your top tower has fallen.
Oh man, I thought, oh god. I'm just tanking it, eh? Oh god. Hey guys, Jug's steep. It's gonna get hexed.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top barracks are under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god. Get him, Rubik. Get that lion.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Ah, GG.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
The earth moves under my feet.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. Enemy
It was your own damn fault.
How came I here?
Back onto the field.
I'm not ready. Enchant.
Boom, baby! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god, you fucking bitch! Oh no!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Jesus.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Man, this game's so hard. So many mistakes.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen.
I got her. I'm lagging. Fuck. Oh my god, terrible time to lag. What does my shirt say? It says bench. Stupid fucking game. Oh, Wind Ranger's dead. I'm dead too.
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh my god, he's gonna die. The creeps.
Your ancient is under attack. Roshan has fallen.
The golem. The golem.
Your ancient is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
He lost, dude. I think Drow just runs up and clicks it. Well, at least I had a fun game. Oh shit. Hey, this catapult wave. Catapults. Don't let those get too close. Base defense. Sucker. He just trash talked too.
Feel the earth move.
Yo, they're gonna go all in here. Are you going all in? We lost. Oh man. Oh man. Oh god damn it. Oh, 57-minute game. So epic. That lion really hates the bounty hunter, huh? Too many mistakes. Hey Johnny, you here, buddy? Look at Lion's name. Asian dumbass. Asian dumbass. Lion's name, man, so good. Hello, Levy. Actually, I have like 4 different accounts. 4 or 5. Oh man, this is actually one of my favorite noodles, dude. Only Vietnamese people will understand this. Any Vietnamese people here? Oh, I'm getting really hungry just reading his name. Going to Hue just to eat some? Yeah, I will show you guys what this is, since most of you guys have no idea what this is. Watching that Jug play makes me really appreciate your Jug. Thanks, Merwin. To be fair, you know, I play Jug super high level, and he's just legend. Here, I'll Google images Lion's name for you guys so you know what it is. So, Bún Bò Huế is basically a southern Vietnam specialty. It is a beef broth that is spicy and yeah, has tons of beef in it. It's really fucking good, and now every Asian country has their own blah 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 noodles. Like, you know, China's got, like, you know, Dan Dan Man. Japan's got, you know, their own ramens, and Malaysia, Indonesia have like laksa and stuff. But I gotta tell you, I have tried all of them. I used to live in Japan. I've tried a whole bunch of those Chinese noodles. I had laksa in Malaysia last year, and this is my favorite noodle by far. It is really, really good. Oh yeah, tons of chili. Oh, so much beef. And it has like onions, green onions, like parsley. It's just really good stuff. The best, my favorite part about the soup is the broth. Like, The soup is just so delicious. Like you won't know until you try. But yeah, that's basically Lion's name. Maybe Jug needed Monkey King Bar for Wind Ranger. Maybe. I actually think the Jug needed BKB. Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think BKB is pretty crucial in this game. Blake Dagger. Well, his items are not bad. I mean, it just changes how he plays, but in my opinion, he needed BKB because I think that the line, the Queen of Pain with the 1.5 second AoE fear, Drow's silence not so much, but the Fatal Bonds, the Shackle Shot, like I think it's really deadly towards Jug. His damage is pretty decent. Like I think I wouldn't have gotten Abyssal, I would have gotten BKB, just because like I mean you go in, you blink and right initiate right. I suppose you could just bash him and hopefully you can kill them in that time, but I don't know. I would have bought BKB, like Nullifier. I think Nullifier solves your chasing problems, right? Because like unless you dispel the Nullifier, right? Every time you get hit, you get slowed down, right? So it's kind of hard to run away while you're being nullified. So I think that these two items are kind of solve the same purpose. Although I mean, if you could lock down the Queen of Pain with Abyssal, then you could probably kill her. But I think that BKB is a much bigger problem because like to be hexed and stunned and then hexed and stunned again by Lion or the Shackle Shot, it's just too dangerous. So I would not have gotten Monkey King Bar only to counter the Wind Ranger, and their Drow doesn't have like Butterfly either. So basically, you're buying Monkey King Bar to counter one hero. Not a good idea, in my opinion. GG guys. Yeah, these needles are really good, JT. Actually, since you live in Texas, there's so many Vietnamese people. You can try this. Maybe you can write down the name of Lion's name and then yeah, try to go to a Vietnamese restaurant and try to eat that. It's really good. Actually, Lulu, I fed it to you in Malaysia. GG Duta. How many herbs in Vietnam? Many? Nasi Padang. Isn't that a rice dish? Curry laksa in Malaysia. I don't know I don't know if I've tried curry laksa, but I've tried regular laksa. It's like a sour soup. This one is not so sour. It's more like a salty, spicy kind of dish. Yes. English only, please. Sorry, male. Country is that India? Cabbage? You're not a beef eater, but you would eat the shit out of that? Oh. Religious purposes? It is good, Bilgan. Really good. Have you tried biryani? Yeah, I have. Oh, pho? Yeah, actually, so pho is actually the most famous Vietnamese dish. And it's a northern Vietnamese dish, but I mean, I might be biased here. I'm from South Vietnam, but I prefer the spicy beef noodle soup that I just showed you pictures of. I actually think Jug just needed to play better. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. Butterfly, no. You don't like. Sometimes you focus too much on damage, and you forget that you need survivability or ways to not be CC'd. What's the MR on this count? Around 3.5. Yes. 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 I'm 30 years old. Hi, Hamka. Sarmane is a special food in Romania? Okay, interesting. Oh, is your favorite part? Oh, glad you like this part. Feel free to ask me any questions or make any kind of comments that are not toxic. What kind of meat do you eat with that noodle? Pork or beef? Mostly beef. A lot of times you have like these meatballs as well, like some like pork meatballs. Yeah, some people put like the pig feet, you know, like without the bone. Sometimes you eat that part too. It's really good. That's my job. I'm a streamer. Where do I live? I live in India. Jug not efficient in using healing mist. Also, he waits too long to use Omni and doesn't spin quite often. Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, a lot of us made a lot of mistakes over that game. I mean, you can nitpick little things, but yeah. Many players of Dota hate LOL, and some players of why? Because they're very comparable games. It's kind of like iPhone versus Android. People just want to think that whatever they're playing is the best. Yeah, I'm bullshitting this guy because all he does is spew bullshit. Do you watch TI live? Yeah, I watched TI 8 in Vancouver. And I'm thinking to go to TI 9 in Shanghai. We'll see. Depends if I have the money or the opportunity. Any more questions or comments, guys? Holy shit. Come back. Have I tried OpenAI? Yeah, I did. We tried like 3 games and we lost every single game by far. Was it 2 games? 2 or 3 games. I see food traveler eat bun OC in Vietnam. Has that food taste for you? I don't know what bun OC means. Is that how you spell it properly? What is it? When is international? How much does it cost? Yeah, I think it's in the middle of August. Yeah, that was the last game of the Raj. Kind of tired. Bun OC is the snail one? Really? Rice noodle with snail? Is that good? I don't know if I've ever tried it. I might have tried it. Let's Google it. Interesting. No, I don't think I've ever had this, though. Did I try nasi lemak? I might have. I tried a lot of stuff in Malaysia. Nasi lemak. Yeah, I think I actually did have this. Yeah, no, it's some of them have like curry, some of them have like chicken, some of them have like beef, right? Yeah, no, I did try it. It was pretty good. I actually really liked it. Where are we? Any tips for pushing Archon 3 to Legend? Hey, dude, I can't give you any tips besides watching your own replays. Because just remember this. In Dota 2, there are many different kinds of skills, right? Like drafting, mechanical ability, communication, teamwork, decision making. I don't know what your problems are. What's the next big update? I have no idea. You can ask Gaben. Your dad loves it? Oh, okay. Sounds good, Devraj. Tomorrow sounds... Yeah, I'll see you then. Yeah, no, we'll probably be playing more Immortal games for the next while. I've been playing on my Smurf too much. In Romania, we eat the skin of the pig? Yeah, I think most countries do. Like, most countries that eat pork, they eat that. Oh, sorry, man. Can you please play some Dora? Some Dote? No, the stream is over. Yeah, I think I get out of here now, guys. I'm pretty hungry. It's like almost 2 p.m. Need to get my breakfast. When am I going to get that rank 1500? I already hit that earlier this season. Not sure if I really want to try too hard. Because, I mean, it's nice to have higher rank for sure, but... I mean, I'm basically good enough to be a streamer, apparently. But I'm not good enough to be, playing at TI. And you could play in these shitty little $1,000 tournaments, but it's just not really worth your time to spend 8, 9, 10 hours playing at a a $1,000 tournament and maybe hit rank 1. So I don't really have that drive to be the best. I'm more of an entertainer. Do I have children's? No. Streaming tomorrow? Yes. Do I play on Southeast Asia? No. I play on North American servers. Okay, I'm going to get out of here, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching the stream today. Hope you guys had fun with our time together. But it should be more about playing at the tournament than the $1,000. That is true, but if I wanted to play at a tournament, I would want to play with people very, very close to my skill level, just for us to even have the chance. And so I would have to find like an immortal stack, just for that competitive objective, right? And I'm just kind of lazy, you know. Just trying to entertain you guys. So girlfriend, yeah. Anyways, see you guys later. Hope you guys had fun. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, so around 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. Have a great day, a great night, guys.
And his name is John!